Happy May is May 1st in the United States. It's my second day, but you know.
Same difference, you know, time is relative.
Happy May. Okay, so this is the start of the M.E.L event. I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself in case people rewatch this later and they're not familiar with us. So my name is Corey. I am a writer. I live outside of Tokyo, and I am working on revising a project, and we'll talk a little bit more about projects in a little bit. But I am joined today with the kickoff of our 7-day event with Haley Wright. So, hi.
Hello.
Can you tell us a little bit about your channel?
Yes, definitely. Well, as Corey said, my name is Haley and my YouTube channel is Haley Writes. I do a lot of live streams and writing vlogs primarily on my channel, but I'm hoping to do some more stuff coming up this summer. Most recent / about to happen exciting stuff on my channel is I'm leaving for a month-long writing retreat to Colorado, where I'm going to be starting work on a brand new book. So kind of funny that I'm here for a kickoff all about revising books and I'm starting a brand new book, but I had been on the revision track for a really long time, and I participated in the first M.E.L launch stuff with my book A Dance of Shadows. So I'm putting A Dance of Shadows on a shelf for a month. I found a semi-decent ending place in terms of revision process, and I'll be picking that up and doing more revision this summer. But for now, we're starting something new, so I'll be primarily working on outlining things, but I hope you check me out if you don't know me.
Yes. Yeah, for those of you who really like live streaming as well as vlogs, that's kind of Haley's specialty. So if you like those kinds of things, please check out her channel. I should have everything in the description box down below. I'm pretty sure Past Me did it. I did it like over a week ago, and my memory's not the best, but I'm pretty sure I did it. But it's pretty easy to find her. She does quite a few collabs with me. She's great. So definitely check her out if you haven't already. And there's really cool stuff coming up. She's got some new series coming up. It's going to be really fun. So check her out. Okay, so we've got some people in the chat. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Brandon. So this can be for anything. You can use this stream to do revision work like I am, or you could be doing a new work, outlining it like Haley. You could be doing the dishes. Literally whatever you need. It can be a productivity thing. So I think it'd be good if we introduce what kinds of things we're working on. So if you are working on a creative work or you're just working on tasks, just let us know what you're doing. And while you guys type that, we'll go ahead and Haley and I will introduce the things that we're currently working on, the general story ideas. So I'll go ahead and start. I am still working on my science fiction work. I am still in the very early stages of it, which is why I'm hoping this week-long event really helps. It's really hard to edit and work. But it is a science fiction about a mercenary who ends up trapped in another dimension. Originally, they were looking into unidentified object that had come into range of a colony nearby, and they were checking out what it was. And it turns out it's this very, very unusually large ship that's not on record. They'd have no idea what it is. And when they get on board, they end up dipping into an alternate world. And there is another lone survivor from the ship that's also stuck there. So they have to find a way how to get themselves and her out, which is easier said than done, as the interdimensional creatures that kind of run that world don't really think like they do. So it's a very interesting sci-fi. I did not expect to be writing a sci-fi that bizarre when I started, but here we are, and I very much enjoy it, but it needs a lot of work. So that's what we're working on today. And I am right at the beginning portion of it, by the way. I am still in chapter 1 because I actually fused chapter 1 and 2 together. So it's longer. It makes more sense, but that does mean it's more to edit. So I'm still stuck there because it's quite a lot of ground to cover. So, but Haley, what about you? What are you working on and where are you with it?
Yeah, so I am in the very beginning stages of outlining a new book that I'll be working on my retreat. So I am primarily, what I'm doing today is, oops, as all of my pens drop out of my notebook. So I'm titling what I'm doing this month, Writing in the Wilderness. So that's going to be the new vlog series that'll be premiering on my channel towards the end of May. So I have a couple other videos happening in the next couple of weeks that that's wrapping up April, and then also just some other stuff that I had recorded a long time ago and just never uploaded. Didn't have time for it yet. So those are going to be coming up in the next few weeks, but then in the last week of May, I'll be starting the Writing in the Wilderness vlogs, going through my whole process of writing this book, start to finish, for the first draft kind of thing, which is new on my channel because when I first started AuthorTube, I was working on finishing the first draft of A Dance of Shadows, but I was in the last third of it at that point. So I had already I was in the very last fourth year, the last few months of finishing up the first draft. So I'm excited for that because that means I could have a lot more kind of stuff going on my channel. But so what I've done before, that was in my last vlog, is I started a PowerPoint, and what I did is I just went by chapter and thinking of like big overarching ideas of what could happen to try to find an arc. And so now what I'm doing is I'm starting let me see where I put it, a chapter scene charts. So I have 20 pages. Chapter 1 will be this page. Chapter 2, oops, if that focuses or not. Kind of for each page, just so that I can actually break down my overarching chapter ideas into actual scenes. So I could have individual chapter arcs themselves, which is something I've never done in terms of outlining. Usually I kind of break that stuff down later on in the process, but since I'm trying to write this whole book in 1 month, or at least most of it in 1 month, it's kind of very NaNoWriMo-esque. This retreat is styled after NaNoWriMo. So MailRimo, if you may. Yeah, so I'll be trying to do that. I've already done it for chapter 1. I just didn't have the notebook set up yet, but I was feeling just kind of distancing away from my computer, or getting a little bit overwhelmed with seeing all my stuff on the computer. So I'm trying to take a step back and do some handwriting for the scene stuff, just to see if that will help me in terms of distancing myself, and then just coming up with more ideas and things like that. So I'll probably pull up my slideshow that I made with all the outlining per chapter, because some of them are like so vague, Corey. It's just like the vaguest stuff.
Yeah, what's the story about?
Oh yeah, of course I should tell you what the story is about. Oh my gosh,
it's okay. So, you're in the thick of it right now, so I understand.
Yeah, so I have like a basic premise that I'm going off of. It might change a little bit here or there as I get into more specifics with the scenes and seeing if I want to keep it the way I was thinking or not. It sucks because I'm leaving on flying out on Wednesday, so I needed this all done by Wednesday, because then I have to start writing, and it's shorter than actual NaNoWriMo, because it's May 4th through June 1st. So it's squished a little bit. But anyways, the book, the premise that I'm going off of is it's about a woman who writes fantasy. So it's an author story, and she experiences a loss after a mass shooting at a synagogue. And so her friend, who is not Jewish, ends up disappearing after the fact. And so she's dealing with this grief and trying to figure out like why this happened, and then also dealing with the loss of her best friend, who had just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth, kind of thing. So she decides to try to figure out how to find her, and ends up going on a kind of hiatus with some family friends out in Colorado, because I wanted to like take from like the scenery that I'll be around and stuff. So I was like, yeah, we'll go to Colorado then. And and so she's staying with some like family friends and things and trying to figure out what happened. And eventually and as she's dealing with her grief, she starts writing her friend into her book as a way of trying to figure out what happened to her friend. But by writing her friend into her book, her friend is actually sucked into the book itself and then has to figure out how to get out of the book.
Oh, nice. So it's another like sipping into another dimension kind of
story. Kind of. Yeah. I love those kind of things. I have
more
that in
fantasy, less sci-fi alien, more fantasy.
Yeah. So she gets stuck in a fantasy
Unless you're
novel.
going to throw aliens in there, which, you know, you can if
right. I mean, you always
aliens
could.
are always possible. Aliens
Right?
are always possible.
Yeah.
So
yeah, she starts figuring out like her friend was in trouble with a lot of different people or stole something that had maybe like a magic potential to, and like had a copy of the manuscript up until that point. So then the book starts writing itself, and that's how she figures out that her friend is like trapped in there, and then they got to figure out how to get her out and all that fun stuff. So that's like the basic premise.
It sounds fun, but that's definitely like a lot of plot points to try to get into an outline. Like yeah, so that's a lot of work for sure. So I'm gonna go ahead and look at what y'all are doing. Brandon is taking a break from writing, so eating a pork chop instead. Totally legit. I have not tried to cook something like that in a long time. I feel like if I remember correctly, pork chops can take a little bit of patience to cook. I feel like I don't have that kind of patience anymore these days. But that's awesome. I used to really like that when I was a kid. Jennifer is revising an adult fantasy set in a world where the number 3 is a bad omen and the queen gives birth to triplets. Cue famine and war. Wow. Adult fantasy. That sounds really interesting. Where are you with your project, Jennifer? Are you like pretty early on in the work? Are you at your midway point? Brandon. Oh goodness, I didn't cook this. Oh, sweet. That's the best kind. You're just heating something up and then you get to eat. Oh, that's the best. Awesome. Sweet. Nice.
It's always better when somebody else cooks it for you.
It really is. You know, I don't hate cooking and I do a lot of it, but like it grinds on you after a while. You're like, come on, I don't really want to stand here for an hour cooking a meal when someone else can do it.
Right. And it only takes you like 10 minutes to eat it.
Pretty much. I just inhale food, so kind of hard to see if that's worth it. Right. So, Jennifer, early on in draft 3, which means I'm at the trying to make it sound good phase. Awesome. Perfect. That, I believe, is where Haley is with Dancing Shadows, right?
Yes, yeah, in A Dance of Shadows. It's mine is not trying to make it sound good phase though. That'll be like draft 6.
You know what? We all have our own
rewriting. Yeah, mine's gonna be a little bit longer until I get to the trying to make it sound good phase. I wish my draft 3 was a trying to make it sound good phase.
I think you that'd be so nice. Are because you are needing to rewrite one portion because your style has changed.
That is true. That is true.
So to be fair, you've got a little bit going on.
That's true. I think up until chapter 16 is stuff that I saved from draft 2. And that I've been slowly revising and making it sound good or better and like keeping just plot points consistent. But I feel like my revision stuff for that has been pretty minor. I was just focusing on major plot things and character arc things and adding that in. And then occasionally being like, I can make this paragraph sound so much better. But post chapter 16 is stuff all I deleted, and I don't think I'm keeping anything from draft 2, chapter 17 to chapter 32 that I have plotted out. So it's really hilarious though, because it was like right smack dab in the middle, and I just realized that it was chapter 16, all the stuff that I kept, and then everything else is brand new that I'll have to write from scratch this summer when I pick it up again. But yeah, I was just like, oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and go over how the stream is going to work real quick. So this stream is going to work on 25-minute sprints. So I thought that was a pretty decent number. It's not like a solid number like 30, so it's easier to put in rest periods and stuff like that. But it's long enough that I feel like we can get some progress done before we meet up and talk again. So it's a wee bit longer, and we are not going to have an intro sprint, I don't think. Well, we could. Let's see. We're
What do you mean by
15
an
minutes.
intro sprint?
And some people do intro sprints where you can kind of like start getting into a project, or get your project ready to go. I'm not sure how many are like ready to go. It is 9:16. I don't know. I think we can just jump in. I really don't necessarily usually need the 10-minute sprint,
Yeah,
like intro
I'm good. I
sprints.
got my journal open. I need
Yeah,
to grab a pencil so I can erase things. But
yeah, same. I got my
yeah.
journal here. So we should be good. We got our notes. So we're gonna kind of jump into the deep end if that's okay with y'all. So I am gonna play a timer that's on YouTube, but I have turned the sound off, so there shouldn't be sound distractions for those of you who are sensitive to that kind of thing. If you do like ambiance, feel free to like use whatever Spotify or whatever you use for that. I'm not going to dictate what y'all listen to today. for today. I don't know if I'll change my mind, but for now, I won't do that. So,
Awesome.
yeah, we're going to do a 25-minute, and we are going to start as soon as I figure out how to do this. It's been a bit. Okay.
Are you trying to share your screen?
I think so. Okay,
That's how I do
did
it
this
for my
last night.
streams.
Oh, no, I remember what it is now. Okay. I remember how I did it now. I've only done this once as a practice run, and so I don't have it ingrained into the cranium quite yet.
Yeah.
Okay, we want Chrome tab. Alrighty. There we go. Okay, so we have completed the first sprint sector. So happy 25 minutes of work. That went by really fast, it feels like.
Yeah, it went pretty fast for me too. I had a couple periods where I went out, I made a post on Instagram, and then went back into it at like the halfway mark just to rest my hand a little bit. But I managed to get through and made more detailed scenes for scene 1 or chapter 1,
Oh,
and
nice.
started on chapter 2. So we got some writing in.
Awesome. Yeah, I was able to get, there's a scene that I really need to get done with the scene where Alex gets on the ship initially. I had corrected already because I had a ton of argument scenes I needed to do prior to that. And then eventually they got on the ship after having arguing with their co-pilot about whether or not they should. And they finally got on it. But I realized, I was like, where are all the dead bodies? There's supposed to be dead bodies. Where are they? I totally forgot to put the dead bodies there. So I had about 100 plus missing dead corpses. So,
Oh my gosh.
I'm not writing every single corpse in. That takes too much time. But just know that there are now corpses. But because there are corpses, as I was writing that in, I was like, hey, this means that certain things that wouldn't have been revealed until the next scene are actually going to be revealed now. Because these people are in uniforms, and the uniforms would have an insignia on it, and that insignia is going to tell them certain things. So I have a revelation that's happening earlier, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal because it's really early on in the book, so it's fine. It's a pretty easy fix, all considering. But I did thankfully catch that, so I'm writing in quite a lot. Pretty much, I'm extending the scene to triple its original size now. So, yay!
Nice. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, man. So yeah, so that's getting fixed. How did you guys do in the 25 minutes? Were you able to get anything done? Also, Haley, thank you for reminding me in the chat, but please remember to like this stream so it can show up for more people to join if they would like to. I think earlier when I first made these streams, Haley had a hard time finding this one. Apparently, it wasn't originally showing up for some reason because it's scheduled the same way all of the others are. So
yeah, it was.
This one
it
wasn't
was weird.
showing
It
in
was.
the feed.
Yeah, eventually it showed up for me, but all of the other ones showed up before, like the earliest one showed up. So it was
so weird.
Yeah,
so but, definitely
we found it.
Yeah, so definitely like this a stream so it can actually be viewed by other people. YouTube has a real problem with showing things, even if you're subscribed. Sometimes it will not show videos. I've had problems where I've had to go to Haley's page to find videos because it will not show on my feed, even though I'm subscribed. So liking, commenting, things like that really, really help a ton. So be sure to like and subscribe if you don't want to miss other things in the series and of course other videos, things like that. I've got a really cool review coming up soon for Blood Like Magic. That should be coming up in a couple days. So that's the next scheduled video. So if you're interested in books, please subscribe. I would really love to see you again here. So yeah, I think we are going to go back into it real soon here. I did want to talk about like what our goals are though for this particular week. I know Haley, your goal might be just for today, and whereas mine is like a week long. So for me, I'd love it, love it if I could get halfway through my book. I've got 29 chapters. So halfway point is roughly about 15 chapters. So I would love to reach chapter 15 at least. But we'll see because it always takes longer than you think it is to do a lot of this stuff. So we'll see about that. But what about you, Haley? What would be your goal for today for you?
Let's see. Well, it is almost 8 o'clock clock my time. And I managed to get through chapter 1 and halfway through chapter 2 in terms of scenes. So I feel like on that rate, I should be able to get through maybe chapter 4, chapter 5.
Yes.
Maybe chapter 6. I don't know. It depends on the chapter, how many and how vague my notes are in my PowerPoint to know how much like work each chapter is going to be. But if I did that much in 25 minutes, I don't know how many streams we're gonna do, or how many prints we're gonna do tonight.
It really depends on how much we can cram in.
Yeah.
Because I can only my limit on my time is I can only stream until around 1:30ish my time before I really need to like close the stream down so I have enough time on StreamYard to keep streaming the rest of the week.
Yeah.
So I can't remember what time that is for your time zone, Haley, but about 1:30 for me.
I have a Japan to Wisconsin time converter up right now. Let me check.
Gotta love those time
1:30.
converters. God bless them.
They literally saved my life. Okay, so that'd be about 11:30 p.m. That'll be a little bit too late for me tonight because I do work tomorrow. So I can probably go until 11. Oops. Here, let me put it on my time, and then I'll tell you what time I'll leave you, and then you can keep going if you want. Hold on. I have to find the time.
Yeah, I think so. If
Like 11:30 your time.
11:30 is too late for you, so 10:30 my time. What?
No, 11:30 a.m. your time would be 9:30 p.m. my time.
Okay.
And that's about when I should probably head off to get ready for bed.
11. Sounds good. It's a lot of time.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and jump into yeah. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the next sprint. Try to get some more stuff done. Good luck to everyone writing. So let's see if I can do this again. totally wasn't even looking at the timer. Apparently, it turned off.
I saw it, but I'm in the middle of a sentence and I just gotta finish her up and then I'll
I
be
was
back.
Oh my gosh. This is actually changing the vibe of the scene more than I initially anticipated. Ugh. Like, it's a good thing overall, but
Yeah. See, you know how in the beginning of the stream I said, oh, she's like grieving a family member who died, like her mom or something? I'm like, well, her mom's not dead anymore. I decided not to kill her mom at the beginning of the book.
Oh. I was gonna say, did you pull a Marvel Cinematic Universe and like, just kidding, not dead.
Oh no. No, see, originally I was gonna have her die in the shooting at the beginning so that there's like this extra element, but I realized that it would probably be enough that she's like in a coma.
Yeah.
At the time or something. She doesn't have to die. Because I think then she could come back like later on. Type of thing. If I
and I think that I hate it when like people are dead when we first start out, because then it's like, well, I don't know who these people are, so I can't feel a lot of sympathy. Like, that seems harsh and mean, but like it's hard for me to feel sympathy for characters I never knew. So
right. Yeah, for sure. And like we don't see her at the beginning. There's a phone call with her at the beginning. And then a foreshadowing dream. Because I always have dreams in my books. And but yeah, and then we're meeting the friend who like disappears and stuff. So we do meet the two main women figures in her life and that kind of stuff.
That's good.
Maybe not as intense. But yeah, as I've been like, I got through, I think with like that last sentence, I think that's pretty much okay. But I ended up adding in a foreshadowing thing to chapter 1 that I thought would be good for later on, something that I thought about for a plot point later on in the book. And I finished off chapter 2. And I left some extra room though for that scene 2 because it was not quite filled in. And then chapter 3 is nothing as how it's written in my PowerPoint, but you know, that's fine. I had that one in Claire's perspective.
We keep writing. We keep working on that outline because it's probably going to change. Also, we have another person who joined in while we were in the middle of a sprint. Allegra, hi!
Hi, Allegra. Good to see you.
Not gonna lie, I fangirled a wee bit when I saw you entered the stream. Not gonna lie. I love your books. I am still reading the second book, Whispers. Still reading it. I'm still pretty early on. I haven't had a ton of time to read. I tried to at work, but my lunch breaks are being taken up by admin stuff, so I haven't had as much time to read lately, but I'm enjoying it so far, so it's been fun. So hi, welcome. Hope we can get a lot of writing done. Oh, and she said no mothers in the fridge. Yeah, it's hard because like I will say, like, having parents really integrate in a lot of these texts can be more complicated, because then you have to address a lot less agency for some child characters and things like that. But I don't know, I feel like all of the books that I've always really loved, usually, if so long as the story is more like a normalized story, or even if it's a fantastical story, if the parents are alive and interfere with the story, it makes it more grounded to me. And that could just be a me thing, because like my parents are very involved in my life. Like I keep in touch with them all the time. So like, I feel like when I read, especially young adults is really guilty of this. I think we all know that. Young adults is so guilty of just icing parents before you ever meet them, or they just are never there, which makes no sense.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
maybe it's some people's experience that they have very like unengaged parents, but it's definitely not been me or any of my friends. All of us have had very like parents who, even if they weren't like the best parents, were like there like a lot,
Right.
for good or bad. So I
Right.
appreciate it when that is an element of a book, but it does make it a little bit more complicated depending on your story. And then some stories,
Right.
it doesn't make sense to have the parents. So like Six of Crows, for example, it's about orphans. So parents are not going to be in the equation. um,
Right.
so yeah, I think that's interesting.
No, definitely. Yeah, I think I was leaning towards killing off a parent person at the beginning of writing this book just because my A Dance of Shadows is so heavily focused on parents and family relationships and stuff. So I wanted to like switch it up a little bit because I do have like heavily involved parents and then like not involved but not in there, not because they didn't want to be sense and like figuring out that dynamic or going away and stuff like that. So I totally get you. I mean, that's why I wanted to have a family focused kind of book, which will make it hard to market though because my age ranges is between 14 and 37.
You're doing young adult age groups. Yeah. Allegra's
Well,
like, it's a
only two
chunker of
of
a
them
book.
are, and then I have three adult
Oh, yeah,
characters and two
that'll do it.
teen characters. So
Yeah.
that's where it
Yeah,
gets
it's
it gets hard.
yeah. Yeah, so like but yeah, Shadows, the book I'm reading, I can never tell when things are chonkers anymore because I don't have physical copies. I have ebooks. That's one thing I'll say about ebooks is I don't notice as much when a book's big. Because like I can't visualize it that way. When I see a number, I
Right.
can't easily visualize it sometimes. Depends on the number. If it's a percentile, that's a little easier. But I don't know, like I've been reading and I feel I went from like 2% to 4% and it didn't take too long. So my brain was like, maybe it's not that big, but I haven't looked at the actual page count. I probably should. But yeah, that's I don't know about anybody else, but I have a hard time visualizing how big a book is in ebook format.
Oh no,
I
I definitely feel you on that. Yeah, because you're not physically holding it, you're holding a little e-reader thing. So like how are you supposed to know? And I
it's so
don't
light.
like you can see the percentages of like how far, and then
Right.
you might think like, oh, you're not reading as much because this percentage like hasn't moved that much, like chapter by chapter, especially if it's a longer book. And I haven't read a full ebook in a hot minute just because I haven't had time to read or anything
Yeah.
lately. Hopefully I'll be able to get a few books in though this month when I'm gone. We'll see though. I
Yeah.
think it's so writing focused. I don't know if I'll do much reading, but I'll try. Maybe. We'll see.
It's hard. You might have to just focus on the writing there because it's going to be so crazy. Like you might be too tired to do reading unless like I don't know, do you
Yeah.
like I think we've probably spoken before, but do you like audibles and stuff?
I've only listened to one Audible before, and I liked it. I really did. I listened to it on my way to Georgia, but I don't want to pay for Audible
Yeah,
or anything.
understandable.
So I
It's yeah, because the thing is, the cool thing about it is you can download it to your phone or something, so you don't have to have internet. So it's like, it's
mm,
kind of a cool option if you're in a place where you're not sure how much internet you're going to have. And like, it's good entertainment because you can just listen to it without having to physically do anything. So if you're really exhausted from like writing, it might be a good
yeah.
way to de-stress, but it is expensive. Um, it makes sense if you do a lot of reading or you do a lot of commuting like I do in the city.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on trains and stuff and walking everywhere. Like if I want to go to the grocery store, it's about a 12-minute walk to the grocery store, which isn't
Mm-hmm.
too bad. But then I get my groceries and I walk another. So 12 plus 12, that's 24 minutes of walking right there
Yeah.
just to go to grocery shopping. So that's 25 minutes I could be reading at the same time. reading
Right.
at the same
Yeah.
time, you know. So I've kind of figured like, because like you, I don't have time. So like that's one of the easier ways to do it. I will, because there is I did the Audible for the first book, Allegra's first book, and I really liked it. So I know there's an Audible for that. There is not an Audible for the second book though, so I'm doing the ebook. But yeah.
Nice. No, that's awesome. Yeah,
This is 500 plus. Oh my god! That's so
that
many.
is a lot of audiobooks.
That's
Shit.
impressive though. Like
That is very impressive.
I think I've got 6. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been using Audible that long. I've only been using them for a couple months, but I'm sure like it adds up fast after a while, I'm sure.
Yeah. I think my stepmom, we're all on the same plan or whatever for Kindle, so I think she's bought in a few audiobooks that are technically like on my Kindle because we share the same account. I need to figure out how to add my card to it though, so I could buy my own stuff, because right now I've just been going with whatever's already on there.
Whatever's already on there.
Or Kindle
I will say that I will say if you want like the cheapest option to read books and you don't mind that they'll be the ebooks, the Kindle Unlimited is the better deal for sure, because you can borrow so many more books and you can breeze through them. You can just keep rotating the library. Because I did the number crunching way back when, and Kindle Unlimited is a better deal for that kind of stuff. But if you do want more audiobook options, it's not as good. It really depends on like how you consume the media. But yeah, if you don't mind ebooks, the Kindle Unlimited is better. And it's a little hard for me to utilize it here because I'm usually walking places. So I utilize and so it kind of sucks because I was like, well, I'm going to use the Audible more, sadly.
Right.
I wish I could have used the Kindle Unlimited more because I feel like that one's a better deal, honestly. But
that's true. Very true. Yeah, I've been liking Kindle Unlimited. I haven't seen any, I haven't read too much stuff on it yet. I've downloaded a couple things that looked interesting, and then I just never had time to do it.
There's a surprising amount on there. I was kind of shocked how big their library is. I feel like their library, I mean, it makes sense. Their library is bigger than Audible, which makes sense because, you know, Audible, they'd have to have voice actors and stuff like that. It's far more difficult to produce that. But yeah, I was surprised how many like good, like genuinely good books and well-known books are on Kindle Unlimited for free. I was kind of shocked by that. And they're constantly changing it. So, like some of the books that I've been doing, reading recently actually are on Kindle Unlimited. And they're like the good, I'm not positive if Blood Like Magic is or not. I feel like it is. I feel like it is, but it wasn't offered in Japan or something like that. There was something that I actually had to pay for like the Audible because it was cheaper.
Yeah, I was like, I literally have not opened this since I listened to that audiobook on my March trip. It's been over a month since I've opened this. It's like completely dead. I'll have to find my charger.
Well, to be fair to you though, you did do Camp NaNoWriMo, so
that's true.
You've been a wee bit busy. See, like I took April off, quote unquote. I mean, it kind of wasn't off. I was kind of still working in a way. I was working on some stuff for this month, May, as well as the other months. But I mostly took April off in order to do reading, kind of rest a little bit. But you really didn't have a break very much. You really just kind of jumped right in there.
Yeah, I know. I regret that a little bit because honestly, like, I mean, I got a good amount of stuff done. Like not as much as I wanted to. It was still very minimal. I think I added about 11,000 words of editing done. My goal was like 2025. So I mean, I fell a little bit flat, but then I had to do outlining stuff too, and I didn't add up how many words were in my original PowerPoint outline either, and I don't know. I had to prioritize that because I was like, but then I'll be in Colorado and having to do writing. So I think my body was just kind of telling me to stop. in anticipation of having to write stuff for a month. So I feel a little bit anxious because it's been a while since I've written anything super brand new. But I'm excited at the same time. So it's kind of a mix of nervous excitement at the same time.
It'll be nice. It'll be a nice break for you. It might actually help your revision in the long run because you might just need that complete change in order to have a different perspective on your other stuff. So it might be exactly what you need.
Exactly. So. That's what I'm hoping, because that's what happened back in 2020. I wrote a whole new book before starting the revision process with A Dance of Shadows, because I needed that mental kind of switch. I wrote something completely different, first person versus third person, sci-fi versus fantasy, YA versus adult kind of stuff. I don't know if it was really YA, but I don't know.
It could be.
It could be. It had the potential.
I'm shocked some of the stuff that ends up in the YA section sometimes. I'm looking at like, are you meant to be here? Because I feel like you were meant to be an adult and some publisher forced you to be just barely meet the requirements of young adult. I've seen some sus books. And that's one of the reasons why there's that call for new adult.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I do think there is a kind of literature of people who are younger adults versus older adults. And I think there is a slightly different vibe, but I don't necessarily think there's enough of one to like need an entire new sector.
Right. Well, I think it's interesting because like young adult, like you imagine your protagonists are going to be in their teen years or middle grade, preteen years or whatever. But then I think with the young adult thing or the new adult thing, it's like between, well, they've been saying like 16 to 24, 25 or to 30 even.
I don't know about that. Like to 25, maybe I could see that, maybe, because
like
your brain doesn't start solidifying till then, but
like young adult being high school years and new adult being college years or something like that.
Right, because you could still, if you got held back, you'd still be in college in your early 20s. I know college students that are in their early 20s, but once you get closer to 30, you've graduated. Like, it's really rare for me to see someone, unless they went for some really bizarre triple degree or something, which is like, I feel like that's its own story, but I feel like that would still be adult though, because it is an adult who's going in for another degree. So there is that shift where you know you're older than all your classmates, and there's that weird feeling about it of being othered. So like, that is an adult story though. That's not a new adult story anymore. That person has moved on to a new age group.
Right. I don't know. Or like you could have someone in their late 20s going like for a master's or a PhD or something, but then that's going to be adult because they're past that age. Like there's still like a lot of learning about adulting in your college years. At least in my experience, I'm still figuring it out. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. But Allegra says, I think the NA genre is super fascinating because it's about settling into adulthood responsibility and freedom, not really coming of age. Whereas YA is more about finding oneself and first. I would agree with that. I think in some ways, though, finding oneself in first is still new adult in a way when you think about it. Like, it's your first time having adult responsibilities. And and maybe it's just me, because I will admit that I have a different like view of maturity than some people, because when I entered college as a young adult, I had come from a very conservative Christian background. I had come from homeschooled background. I joined college at 16 years old. Damn. So I have a very bizarre experience with higher education, with adulthood, because I went from being relatively sheltered in a very religious upbringing to boom at a party university. It's a huge switch. And I didn't identify with it because I was still kind of more of a child in my brain, but I was surrounded by people who were drinking and doing drugs and stuff. And I was like, what the heck? So I had a
Yes, I
very
can't
strange
imagine.
experience that kind of, I do think that it is its own category, but I do think it's hard to categorize it properly, to define it properly, because it's going to be so different for different people depending on your upbringing. You know, for someone who, you know, their parents weren't involved in their life, for example, they pretty much did grow up really quick. They grew up in their early teen years. And so for them, it's not as big of a switch. They're used to paying bills because they had to pay bills for dad because he was drunk half the time or just didn't care. So they started paying bills when they were 13, using dad's credit card and calling the office and pretending they were older than they were. Like, that's a real story some people have. And so, like, the exact line of when you become adult gets blurred.
Yeah.
I do think there should be a category of some kind, but how we define it, I'm not sure how to define it. That's the problem. And it's a problem that we can't define it, because then how do we know when something falls into it? I
Right,
think if you
right.
have to fall into what character what age group the character is in, it would have to be that, right?
I would think so, because I mean that was my initial thought with new adult, was like the college age versus high school age, like it was an
Right.
age distinction. Um, but in that case, like my novel A Dance of Shadows would definitely not be either of those and wouldn't fit into anything. So
Yeah, because you have like you don't have, okay, do you have a character in Dance of Shadows that is the main character? Like, if you had to choose one character who is the forefront.
yes, and that's probably the 14-year-old.
So that would be
Who's
young
the
adult then.
yeah,
But
but
does it feel like young adult though is the problem? Because whenever
no,
you
I
describe it
mean
to me, it doesn't feel like young adult.
no, I mean I would categorize it as adult just because of all the things that happen in it. And like I mean you think about like well like Game of Thrones for instance. Like I mean I don't have any sex happening in my book, but like we have young Arya who's only like 8 or 9 years old in her perspective, and then we have the older characters too and all that stuff. So like he has like a ton of age ranges and his is considered
Yeah.
adult.
Yeah. So
Um
it's definitely like when you have a massive cast, I feel like then instead of age groups of your characters, because you have such a huge cast, then it's going to fall back on theme, which is, I think, what Allegra was talking about. But in that case, like, it kind of gets messy with genre, I feel like.
yeah, and the fact that
Because
mine kind of
genres can mess
crosses
with that.
genre.
Because, like, how do you define? Because, like, I've read sci-fis that are young adult, and I agree with that category because the character was of the age range, and it did feel like the character was trying to find who they were. But at the same time, I've also read other science fictions that were categorized as adult, where the person was only like 21 or 22 years old, and they were still trying to figure out who they were. So, like, you could have made that a young adult. There wasn't very much in it that I think there might be some curse words in it. And, like, that's about it. Other than that, like, there might have been, like, maybe not quite a sex scene, but like a touching scene or something like that. But I also have read young adult that has scenes like that, like where it's like really pushing the boundary of how far we can go before we get banned from the library.
Right.
So, I mean, some of my first early books, I don't know if anyone remembers these series, but it was a magic series, and it was by Tamora Pierce or something like that, I think was the name. And it was this huge world she'd created with all of these characters. Some people have magic, some don't. The first series of her I read was the one where the person doesn't have magic and they have to try to gain knighthood. I think it was the first woman knight of the realm or something like that. And she had to fight for her place.
Oh, cool.
It 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 was decent. It's one of the more decent magical realms I've read, and I read that as a kid. But I remember being Circle of Magic. Yes, Allegra, thank you, thank you. Yes, the Circle of Magic and stuff. It's a good fantasy series. Like I haven't reread it in years, so like I don't know how much it holds up with the test of time, if you know what I mean. I read it when I was a kid, but I remember there was risque stuff in there, like risque stuff. And I will say, like, looking back as someone older, there were one or two things that I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. I can tell the author who wrote that was very young when she started writing it, because I think one of the earlier relationships, which I didn't read because it was a prior series, but
Right.
one of the main character series that was like how she started the entire series, had a relationship between like a 14, 15-year-old and a guy who was like almost 18 or was 18. I can't remember, but it was like sus. And looking back on it as an adult now, I'm like, that's weird. And even as a kid, I felt like, because eventually she shows up as kind of a guest appearance in the series I was reading, and I didn't know who that was, but she was in a relationship with an older man, and I was like, huh. But by the time that character shows up as a guest, years have passed, so they're both adults at that point. But I still felt weird because I was like, that's a huge age gap. I don't see that a lot. I was like, I mean, okay, I guess. But then when I like eventually went back and reread the older books and I started that series, I did remember feeling a little uncomfy. Yeah, but yeah, looks like, oh yeah, slightly obsessed with Tammy, and not only because she once stole my wig. I don't know who Tammy is. She once stole my wig. I don't know that reference. I wonder if that's a reference of something in the story. Oh, Jennifer posted. Sorry, I'm trying to go through older comments. Jennifer, I wrote a book set in university and it died so bad in the queer retreat.
No.
Not blaming the uni setting, but I doubt it helped. That is something I will say, like, it's funny because if you look at fan fiction, college AUs do wonderful in fan fiction. It's a very popular trope. And yet, I will say, college or university settings for books, I don't see those as popular. Like, I rarely see them take off and be super, super popular. I think some of the more recent, like, LGBTQ plus books that seem to be set in that time seem to be doing a little better. But generally speaking, overall, if I'm looking across like multiple genres, college just doesn't seem to be something that's picked up very much. High school seems to be the most popular, and then just jumping from that to, young adult, new adult kind of themes. So college seems to be skipped over a bunch, which is interesting considering, like, for me, I learned a lot about who I was as a person, like who I was, not who I wanted to be, who I was and what was important to me. I figured a lot of that out in college. So I find it interesting that skipped over a lot.
Oh, it's the same for me too. I feel like I didn't discover who I was, or I mean, I knew who I wanted to be, but I didn't come into myself until college. So like the young adult, like discovering yourself in high school, like I can't relate to that at all, because I wasn't in those crowds that were in those types of book, which is why I stuck to fantasy and stuff, because I couldn't relate to the contemporary books.
Yep.
In YA and stuff.
Yeah, so. I feel like a lot come to think of it, I wonder how many people do have a more typical experience, because everyone I've ever spoken to has not had the kind of high school experience that seems to be in these works so much. And I think someone mentioned something like that when they weren't talking about books, they were more talking about anime, because high school setting is like the most popular setting for Japanese animation. But yet very few people have that kind of connection, nostalgia to high school that seems to be represented in the shows. Like, if you ask somebody what their favorite years of their life are, nobody says high school. Absolutely no one. So
I did not like high school.
Why is this a subject? So some people have done some interesting like thought process on why, and it really has to do with nostalgia. How when you do become an adult, you look back on a time when you had less responsibility and you put it under rose-colored glasses. Essentially, you like make it look really pretty, because in your brain you're looking at that, oh, I had less responsibility, it was so much easier, when the reality was, when you were in it, You were a teen, which means your brain was in turmoil trying to figure itself out. So even though you might not have had real world responsibilities that were super harsh, it doesn't matter because the stress level was still about the same as it is now because your brain was going through a lot of processes. I think people forget that. And I try to remind myself of that all the time as a teacher because I have to deal with these kids going through that. I have to have grace where I'm like, you're dealing with a lot. It's okay. I'm not going to hold you I'll hold you accountable for your action, but I'm not going to like be overly harsh or blame you. Like, I get it. It's hard.
Right.
Also, hi, Megan. Hi. And she's like, pedophile. Yeah. Uh-oh, that sounds like pedophilia. Yeah. Oh, Tammy is in Tamora Pierce. Yes, that's the author. Tamora Pierce was the author of the series. And I think she did it. I'm not positive. I would have to look this up, but it's possible she did address concerns later. And I don't think she ever did it again. It was like the first book she ever wrote, I think. Those were her first ones. Not that she's not accountable for it because she was still an adult when she wrote it. But, you know.
Right.
Some people genuinely do not understand how bad it is until they actually start listening to people and they're like, oh, you're right. That wasn't great. I'm just shocked that her editing team and the publishing house didn't catch it. I'm like, that's even more sus to me. Like, it's one thing for an author to do something. It's a whole thing for a whole team of people to not be like, hey, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we change the ages a little bit. This is weird. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Megan says, considering high school years, please gag me with this book. Yeah. I can't think of a single person that looks fondly on their high school time. But the fact that it's so fixated on in literature and media in general is very interesting. And I definitely think it has to do with how we perceive memory later. I don't think people are actually nostalgic for the reality of high school. I think they're nostalgic for the false memory they've created to lower the amount of stress and trauma they experienced while in high school. Because the reality is, especially when you get into therapy and you start talking to a therapist about stuff, like, you were stressed. You don't think you were very much stressed. Just simply because your brain was going through chemical changes. So that alone, not even counting all of the other stuff that was going on, but just that alone meant that you were under more stress than a lot of people give kids credit for. And then having to deal with that, plus all of the things your brain is learning in an environment that isn't conductive to learning. Like, we teach kids in an environment where we're lecturing to them for hours on end. That's not really, like, every study done on the brain shows that that's a bad way to teach. Like, that's just not actually useful way to teach, but that's how it is done. And kids are expected to deal with it. So when you think about all of these stressors, high school is really horrible. It's not a good place to be.
Yeah.
Jennifer, I usually can't relate to American high school media because it looks so different from my experience. I'm Australian, went to an all-girls school. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Like, Hollywood and Hollywood's interpretation of how life works. I'm American, I can't identify. Like,
yeah, I don't. It's just, yeah, it's crazy to me about
especially Disney Channel. I don't know how many of y'all watched Disney Channel back in the early 2000s, but
oh yeah.
Disney Channel High School. What was that? What is that? That biggest lie ever sold to the public is Disney's version of high school. It's not real. It's not real.
No. I mean, I just saw Allegra's post on weirdly loving high school. I loved my teachers and I loved a lot of my classes. I hated the students. I did not have a lot of friends, and the friends I had were like on and off kind of thing. And we were just in an area where I didn't have a good mesh of people that really, like, that I could like speak freely around, you know? It was in an area that, like, I lived in one portion of the area, so because it was like a small village, and mini city suburb of Milwaukee right next to each other. And the village was a lot poorer than the city area. So it was a lot of just like really rich, privileged white kids, and then the poor white kids where I was. And so like I had some like good friends who were in like the area around me, but then we were all kind of like the outcast people. And then it was just like hard to relate. And just like, oh, and they were so judgy if you didn't have the right clothes and all this
Oh
other
God.
shit. It was just, it was so
Yeah.
dumb. It was just
I went
dumb.
I went to a public school for a very short time way back when I was younger, and it was hard because a lot of my clothes were hand-me-downs, and I didn't have
Mhm.
very many pairs of pants. I had like I think two. And so I would rewear the same pants in the same week. And that I remember that being a thing. Like you would be
Mhm.
pestered, you would be bullied horrendously for wearing the same thing more than once. And I remember hating it so much, but it's like that's what my family had. But like, yeah, it yikes. The
Yeah.
kids were definitely worse. Like the teachers I had in my public school and elementary school were pretty horrible.
Mm.
But I can see why if you did have good teachers, it could really change the experience quite a lot. Um, and if you had like a decent friend group or something like that, or you were just had a very chill class of classmates, if you were lucky enough to get a chill class, I could see how it could be a good experience. But yeah, it's stressful kind of no matter what.
Mhm.
Hey, Harry. Hi. So, for people who are just joining, definitely let us know in the comments like what project you're working on and what your goal is for the stream. I know Haley can't stay with us for too much longer. I'm not sure how you're doing, if you want to try another sprint or if you need to clock out for the night. Sounds awful. Glad we had school
I could
uniforms.
do one more.
One more.
I'm
Awesome. So,
yeah.
so yeah, let's gear up. For those of you who are just joining us, definitely let us know what kind of projects you're working on, what your goals are, what you would like to do either during the stream or during this week, whatever you're doing. And yes, it's okay to not be writing. You could be doing dishes. I'm not your mom. I don't judge you. It's totally fine. Doing dishes is legit. I need to do them, to be perfectly honest. It's taking care of yourself, so do whatever you need to do. But let us know what you're working on in the comments below. We are going to go on one more sprint with Haley before she has to go, and I'll probably keep working for a little bit past that for those of you who want to stay and get some stuff done. Allegra is working on the next book. Need to hand it editing 10 days. Oh my god. You have to work that much in 10 days?
Birdie K in 10 days. Holy motherfucking shit.
You know what,
Good
though?
luck,
You can do it. I
Allegra.
believe in you.
Dang.
You can do it. We got this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Actually, just researching. Research is legit, and it takes a lot of time. So, yeah, awesome.
It's true.
Sending a mailing list to publisher. A mailing list. Ooh, novella, Cold Justice. Ooh, that sounds good. Yes, we got this. Okay, so we're gonna do one more 25-minute sprint. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. I'm gonna try my best. I'm getting used to this. Sorry.
It was definitely a
Yes.
learning curve for me too when I
Oh my
started with
god.
all the sharing and removing and
Yeah.
muting.
Oh my god. So good luck, you guys. 25 minutes, and we'll see you when we come back. Okay, and we are back again. I actually remembered to turn the screen back this time. I'm getting a little better at this.
Woo!
Oh my gosh. It's going really fast.
I know that one went
I might
super
have to
fast for
crank it
me.
up in the other streams. Ugh.
Ooh,
But that's a good
yeah,
thing. It
that's
means
good.
we're both getting into flow pretty easily, so that's good.
That is nice, especially because the last couple streams that I've done and I've been on, I really didn't do much, if anything.
Oh
So I was like hoping, I just kept getting distracted, like
no. Yeah.
constantly distracted. I think it's just been kind of with the end of working on the revision and transitioning into outlining, it took a little bit of getting back into it sort of thing before. And I
Switching
think
gears.
yeah, and I think the handwriting is really helping. Though it's been so long since I've handwritten anything that I'm like I'm feeling it in my in my hand a little bit. But I did manage. I did get to chapter 5.
Yay, chapter
So
5. You're
heck
making
yeah,
progress. You're getting there.
we're getting there. This one scene for chapter 4 took most of the sprint to write.
Ooh, that's a lot. Yeah.
So there's a lot in chapter 4. Because then it's like a switch in perspective, and then we follow the friend that disappeared for a hot minute, and then go back. Which I wasn't sure I wanted to do at all. If I wanted to just stay with one person, especially with my other novel being 5 perspectives.
But
um,
considering the setup you were talking about, I can see how switching perspectives would be interesting in this case because you're
yeah.
going to have the person who's like, this is just a fun thing I'm writing to try to deal with my personal trauma. And then the other
Mhm.
person's like, oh, dear God.
Right,
I'm going to
exactly.
kill my friend when I find her. So, yeah, I
For
think that'll
sure.
be interesting because of the nature of what you're writing. So
Yeah.
I think that'll be good.
Good.
Yeah, so Harry said, oh, Corey, are you writing and revising the whole of Golden Week? Yes. Yes, I am. All of Golden Week. And if this goes really well, I might bring it back from Oban Festival. Oban Festival is in August. So we might have a rebooted version too, depending on how well this goes and if you guys like it. So far, I'm liking it. I'm getting some stuff done. I mean, am I on the next chapter yet? No, but I'm really close. And I will say that I am very pleased with the introduction scene of the alien creature. It is still just as creepy as when I first wrote it. I'm very pleased with that intro.
Yay!
So
Yay
long as
for
you
the
get chills
creativity.
and you feel uneasy, that's what you're supposed to feel. So it's
True.
working so far.
Good.
But yeah, I definitely had quite a lot of like figuring out what the ship was happened earlier than initially planned. I did have to change a lot of that stuff. But I'm at the tail end of it. I'm almost moving into chapter 2 now, which thank God. I mean, technically, I'm already in chapter 2 because I fused the original chapter 1 with chapter 2. So I have technically been doing chapter 2, but because I fuse them, I don't consider it that way anymore. So it's still chapter 1, but we're going to move on to the real chapter 2 soon. So
I love a good chapter fusion.
I had to, that's the thing, like, and I knew I would have to do that because when I was initially doing the reread, I was like, some of these are too short and others are way too long. So I knew I'd have to restructure it a wee bit, but still, it's a pain.
I did a lot of that between draft 1 and draft 3 was all restructuring and re-scening who's in what chapter and stuff, because initially I had like different perspectives within individual chapters, and then just like the thread of how the plot progressed between different chapters was getting too lost and crazy with it being in within chapters. So draft 2 was all about separating out all the characters, and then the restructuring.
I think it's a lot. I will say, I think it's a lot harder to do restructures when you have those multiple perspectives. I only have one perspective, which I think makes it a little bit easier. You're really taking on the beast. I don't think I could do that.
That's why I was like, it's probably going to be 5 or 6 drafts before I'm ready to do anything major with it. But But it
Allegra,
is what it is.
600 words. Yes, that's pretty
Nice,
good
that's
for
awesome.
25 minutes. Because 25 minutes goes by pretty fast.
It does.
So
True that.
awesome. And then Harry, how do you feel about prologue chapters? Good question. I think it depends on what you're doing in it. Just like everything else, it depends on what you're using it for. It sounds so dumb to say, sit back and think why you're really doing it. It sounds like stupid and a waste of time. But I have figured out a lot about my story by just sitting down and figuring out what I'm trying to do in the first place. And like questioning myself on why I need to do certain things. Like, why do you have to do it this way? And chances are, if I can't answer that question, I probably don't need to do it. It's probably not really necessary if I can't answer that question. So I've really found a lot of the stuff that I need to cut just by asking myself, do I really need this? Like, really? If I chopped this, would anyone care? And if the answer is no one would notice, you probably don't need it. I've read a couple books that I started skimming prologues, and I started skimming like little excerpt doodly doodles that they'll have in chat, like chapter 5, and they'll have this little like thing. I started skipping a lot of those because most of the time it doesn't matter. There are very few books where I feel like they add information. When it is done well, I think it's done very well. And I can really tell when authors sat down and really thought about it before they added those elements. But on the other hand, you can tell when people did not think about it before they added it, and they just thought it'd look cool visually, but it doesn't actually hold substance. So I would just say sit down and think about, what am I trying to do in the prologue? Is it really something that's going to be useful? Is it going to add tension for the readers? That'll make them excited for the next chapter. Is it going to set up something earlier for me? So like, because sometimes you can do a prologue from a different character that isn't the main character, and you normally would never hear from that character, but it's important context before you start. And I think sometimes, so long as, again, it's utilized to its utmost, it can be really good. I have read some prologues that were solid. I actually think that but you can also make it too good. Savior's Champion. For those of you who have read that train wreck, Savior's Champion, the prologue is actually pretty solid. The prologue is interesting. But the problem is the prologue was more interesting than the actual start of the book. So you start out with this prologue that's really interesting, where this woman's running away, gets murdered, she's got an unborn child, and someone's like, I'm going to risk the wrath of the whole kingdom by trying to get this child to survive. And then that child ends up being like one of the first saviors or something, has a magic power, and everyone's just in awe. But like, there was an underlying threat that the doctor who just saved this child's life was going to end up dying because of treason. And then it just stops. And then you start the real story, and it's like, let's look at the main character tilling a field for hours. And it's like, I don't want to be here. This was a bad transition. Like, I traded off something fun for this. I don't care that sweat is pouring down his pecs. I don't care. Let's move on. I want to know about death and intrigue. Come on, man. It was the whole loaded gun on a table. You tempted me in, and now you lied to me. I felt so betrayed. I was so bitter when I started chapter 1 of that book. I was so mad. So I feel like if it's for the right reasons, and it does, like, it really amps up your audience, I think it can be good. But be warned, if it amps your audience too much and there's a drop off in chapter 1, it might not be the best decision. If you start out with action, you need to carry that action for more than just one chapter. I feel like it's a bit of a tease if you start with like one little bit of action and then you pull it all the way back to, and then someone was waking up in the morning and doing like their hair. And I'm like, what about the person who is dead? What about the dead guy? Like,
right. Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's all about context and what the purpose is. I think I saw the Harry had also said
oh yeah, I think that there's some important stories that for the later. Good prologue can be useful. It's just world building that made me skip it. Yes.
Yeah, and that's agree. What I found with a lot of prologues is that a lot of people do them either for historical context and like jumping, just like what you said with Saber's Champion, and what Harry says even down below, that's what he does for his book as well, his previous work. Jumping generations kind of thing, world building, historical context, were things that, yeah, like can't, like Allegra says, that can't be said in any other way. And I think like the things with like those historical events and stuff is like that could definitely come up within the story. Like that's something that it doesn't have to be told in action at the very beginning. It could be very interesting, but then like just like what you found with Savior's Champion, and I haven't read it, so I don't know, but I remember you talking about it and watched your video on it, and I think what's her name? Somebody did a read along with me with Savior's Champion 2, and I think
was it
Grace
like
Stokes,
Silverwing or something like that. Julian did it.
Yes. Yeah. So I listened to a little bit of those, books. But I couldn't do it for very, very long.
It's hard. It's hard. Oh.
So, but yeah, so exactly that. And I think because I was debating a prologue for A Dance of Shadows, I think when I first started writing it, because that was a huge thing in a lot of the books that I was reading in terms of fantasy, particularly. Almost all of the books I was reading at the time when I started the book had a prologue. So I almost felt like I had to have a prologue or something, because that seemed like a huge thing.
There was a certain, I don't think it's as much in vogue now. I see it.
No, I don't think it is at all now.
But you're right. There was a time. Ooh, my brain's going back in nostalgia land. There was a time where that was like the thing. Everyone had a prologue in their book.
So I think that's why some of them were such epic fails, is because authors felt like they had to have them, or maybe their publisher made them have it because that was the trope of the time, was wanting to have a prologue. And so they weren't doing it for the right reasons that you were talking about.
Right. You can do it for framing devices as well. I think, and here's the thing, if you're early enough, I'm not sure what stage of your project are you in, Harry? Are you in, did Harry let us know that? I don't think he told us what stage he's in. If you're early enough in your drafting process, I think you might as well write it. If you have a desire to write a scene and you're early in the draft, just write it. Get it out. You know, it's better to have it and make the decision on flow later, because a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is more like flow kind of stuff, which might come later in editing. It's not necessarily something you should worry about super early on. I say if you have an urge to write a scene, go ahead and write it now. It's better to have had it than lose it when it could be useful later. I know that's not everyone's advice, though. Some people think that they should just, like, it's better because they don't like to cut things. So I can kind of see that. If you hate cutting stuff, then maybe it's too much of a temptation to keep it. But I would rather have too much in some ways. I know that's kind of controversial because it's hard to cut things. But in my mind, it's somewhat easy to cut things in some way because I can just look at it and be like, do I really need it or not? If not, I slice. But I guess if you have a hard time cutting things, maybe not. I don't know. I think it would be better to write it just in case you want to use it.
So I saw the comment earlier. Harry's working on researching his next book right now, tonight.
Oh, that's right. He's doing research right now. Prologues can be tricky for querying because if an agent only wants 10 pages and that whole 10 pages is prologue, they're not meaning. Yeah, I would think that prologues aren't
the prologue. If I was querying, I would not send the prologue. I would skip to the first chapter and start with the first chapter. Because even if you have the prologue, like in the actual manuscript, if they ask for the full, then you can include it then.
Right.
Because it's a part of the full. But I would definitely, if I'm querying and they only want 10 pages, I would start with chapter 1. Because you want them to fall in love with your main character. At least that's my impression as someone who is not currently querying. Oh, man.
I actually just finished that one, is currently querying. Oh, querying it right now. I got 3 full requests in 2 weeks, so I think I managed to handle the prologue. Oh, good.
Nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, I hope it works out. Yeah, I think it's just a really tricky thing, and it's by project. some projects really do benefit from it, like a ton. And then other projects suffer. So it really is case by case for sure.
Yeah.
Allegra, I wrote Where Shadows Lie without one and opened after the big bad action scene with my MC panicking. Beta readers ended up hating that, so I went back and wrote the assassination that went wrong. I am so glad that you did that, because I actually was really shocked at the beginning of your book because I had never read a book that started with a failure that massive. And I actually really got engaged quickly because of it. I was like, ooh, I almost never read stuff like this. Like, usually you see the plotting process, but because your main character was the sister, she got to see her brother fail, which was cool. Like, I mean, it was bad for the character, but it was cool for me as a reader. I was like, oh, this is very interesting. I almost never see it. So great decision you made, but I can totally understand how that had to be like worked in and why you made that choice early on. That's really interesting that originally it was going to be different. That's so cool.
I want to read this now. I want to read an assassination.
You totally should. It's oh my gosh, I loved it so much. I can't recommend her series enough. Please read it. It's so good. It's definitely one of my new favorite series. Harry, luckily my prologue was only 6 pages, so I managed to squeeze in some of the main story. Oh, good. I feel like that's pretty good.
That's
like,
nice,
yeah, because they got a little bit of a sampling, almost 50-50. So that's probably the ideal. That's probably the deal. Awesome.
No, definitely. I agree.
So, Haley, since you probably need to go really soon here because it's getting late for you, you got stuff to do tomorrow. Do you want to let people know what's going on your channel real quick, what they can expect if they go ahead and click the subscribe button on your channel?
Yes, definitely. So, hi guys, if you do not know me, my name is Haley and my YouTube channel is Haley Writes. I have been doing live streams 3 days a week up and through April 29th, but I'm doing a month-long creative writing retreat into the wilderness of Colorado where I am starting a brand new vlog series as I start writing this brand new book that I was outlining tonight. So the goal is to write 50,000 words in a month. I'm calling the vlog series Writing in the Wilderness. So I have a couple other videos coming up first, but the vlog series should start premiering towards the end of May when I'm still there, depending on internet connection and how we're doing on that, because I'm still not sure exactly. So either end of May or early June. And then Corey and I are actually going to be co-hosting Witchy Writerly Wednesdays on my channel. So if you're a fan of Corey and want to do some writing with us, they're going to be over on my channel. We might switch back and forth occasionally, or to be seen, but at least through the summer months we'll be doing that. And then I'll be starting grad school. I got a full ride to a graduate program in creative writing. So I'll be starting that and then also beginning to vlog things about that and things I'm learning in my master's program. So you don't have to get your master's. Oh, you could get your master's too. But anyways, I mean, I'm doing it. So
it's going to be a journey.
Yeah, it'll be a journey.
I'm really interested in what it's like because I've always met people after the fact. I've never met someone who's currently like going through the program. So it'll be really interesting to hear your journey going through it because I've never really heard too much about it.
Yeah, so that's going to be a huge content shift on my channel. I have some stuff about grad school applications and things like that on my channel if anybody's interested in that. They kind of go back and forth in some of my writing blogs when I'm also applying and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's going to start mid-August. I'm moving down to Indiana. I'm in Wisconsin right now, so it should be a really fun adventure, and I'm excited to vlog my journey and how my writing grows and develops during a master's program. So yeah, it'll be fun. So if you're interested, go ahead and sub.
Yeah, so I will have links to Haley's channel down below. Please check her out. And we are going to say goodbye to Haley for now so she can get some rest before she has to go into work.
Yes, I work at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, so I should probably start getting ready for bed here. Take some melatonin. After outlining and stuff, my brain is kind of like active now, so I'm like,
very
I gotta
alive.
like,
Yeah, that's a downside of writing before you go to bed is your brain just turns on. It's like, oh no.
yeah, and now I'm like, oh man, I really want to keep going, but I know I have to leave because I'm so bad. I'm just like, oh, could I do one more sprint? But no, I really need to
You really
go
need to
to
sleep.
Yes, but I'm
Really
gonna bring
need
my
to.
journal to school tomorrow, and maybe get some more stuff written during a prep period or something. Because
May you
my
have
goal,
plenty of opportunities to get stuff done tomorrow.
yes, I hope so. I still have to pack. Oh my gosh, Corey, I was doing. My brother
You
was
haven't
moving in.
packed? I thought you had packed.
I'm not packed yet. That was my goal for today, but I failed.
Oh no. I'm sorry to distract you from packing.
No, none at all. It was more my brother's fault. Because he was
just throw your brother under the bus.
well, so it's funny because like I'm getting ready to leave for Colorado, and then he just signed a lease with his friend to move into a duplex. So they were moving today, and so I was trying to do all my laundry and stuff and start to pack, but then I had to help him move all of his stuff to the duplex. And then it ended up taking longer than we were going. So I was gonna come back to like start and do like a first layer packing before going back over there for like dinner and stuff. But then it took too long, and then my stepmom was like, no, just stay there and like help out or whatever. So then I didn't come back. And then they were also celebrating and giving me an early happy birthday because I turned 24 in May. So I'm not going to be here for my birthday. So
happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy early birthday.
Thank
You're so
you.
young compared to me. It's why it's so good to have you on here, a different perspective from the old crone on here. So, you know.
Oh, you're not that old, Corey.
Sometimes some of my kids, they tell me about new stuff they're into. I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about, kid. No concept.
No.
I don't know what bussin' means. What is that? I don't know, man. These kids with their
You're being very cool. You're bussing. You're being cool. I do know that one. Yeah.
You know that? See, this is the age gap I'm talking about.
You're being chill. You're cool. You know. You're bussing.
Oh my gosh. Well,
I know stuff. I work at a middle school. They keep me in the loop.
Oh, they've been using that on you? Oh,
yeah.
God.
That and dripping. You're dripping. Or you're
that's like fashion-y, like, right?
Yeah, that's like your outfit is dripping. You look
got
cool.
drip. I have heard that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so old. Anyway.
Told me that too.
Anyway, you get some rest.
Thank you, Corey. Have a wonderful rest of your stream, and good luck to everybody who is sticking with it and still writing tonight.
We're gonna still get going.
Thank you guys for the
Haley.
subs. Bye.
Okay, everyone, we're going to keep on trucking. We're going to go for another sprint of 25 minutes. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We're going to keep going for a little bit. I can go for another probably 2 hours, maybe a little more than that. So we're going to keep going. So another 25 minutes, and let's go. All right. Hey guys, we are back. So I don't know if anyone is on stream right now besides me, which is totally fine. But Allegra just left for bed. And yeah, I'm just going to catch up real quick. I'm trying to notate what everyone's doing so I can make sure I keep up with everyone. Megan was doing a mailing list. Okay. Because I have a bad memory, if you guys can't tell. Super bad memory. So I have to write down everything. Okay, so we are back for a very short break before jumping back in to get some more stuff done. I was able to finish chapter 1. I'm moving on into chapter 2. And I realized that I didn't create the check sheet for chapter 2 yet. So I had to very quickly switch tasks, do that real quick, just to make sure I'm hitting all of the beats I need. And I am also transferring the files as I go. So I don't know if some of you remember, but when I made my Scrivener, I decided against importing the entire project from the jump. Instead, I am slowly pulling stuff over. So I'm going chapter by chapter, scene by scene. So that way I don't feel like I'm overwhelmed because I'm not looking at a project with tons of stuff that's not done yet. Instead, I'm looking at a project and doing what I have right in front of me. It's a lot easier, a lot less overwhelming. It's going pretty well. I have my main character trying to chase the alien creature that's currently running from them. And I am getting to a spot, though, that I'm going to have to do a lot of rewriting. So initially, I had a character that was supposed to be introduced in the scene coming up that ended up not having much of a purpose. This is another one of those things that you just have to think, like, why am I doing this? This character didn't have a purpose. Initially, I thought it did, but it does not. So I went ahead and decided to cut this particular character. And instead, the purpose it initially served at the beginning, which was the only purpose it had for the entire book, which isn't sufficient, I'm replacing with a character that does have more purpose throughout the book. And I'm going to get introduced that one instead sooner on. So this character that I'm taking out, that I'm destroying, was one of the original OG characters from the original skeleton version of this book before the rewrite. It's one of the few things I brought over, and I'm still getting rid of it. I think my original idea for this book was just way too fantasy based, and I'm really shifting that over. So that's why it's not going to work. So I'm going to go ahead and destroy that character and replace it with a character that has more importance throughout the entire story versus a character that has importance only for the first part. So I am going to have quite a lot of rewrite in this scene, even before we get to the next scene. So I'm in chapter 2, scene 1, which used to be chapter 3, scene 1. Now it's chapter 2, scene 1. And I'm going to have to rewrite quite a lot of that. So I'm going to go ahead and, what time is it? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do another 25-minute sprint. So let me go ahead and get that working. And there we go, 25 more minutes. and we'll be back. So that was pretty good. I was able to get another scene going. So I am still on chapter 2, scene 2 now. Just started editing that one. So my main character has fallen into the other world and now has met the character. I did fix the beginning portion of meeting with the other character. The thing I am still working on is fixing all of the scenes in which this character is in, because this character was in quite a few scenes before it disappears. So I'm having to pretty much replace. So far, I've been able to replace most of the dialogue. This just shows you how meaningless that other alternate character was. I can swap its dialogue for this other character that's more important with little changes. That's not good. That means that both of these characters were pretty much stand-ins for each other. And that, I don't need to do that. So I can just swap it out for a more important character. There's no reason to keep the smaller character when they only serve purpose in this one spot of the book. So I'm still doing the swappy swipe with these scenes. I'm trying to see what time it is. I might be able to do 2 more sprints before I have to close the stream for today. I don't know if anyone, StreamYard sometimes is accurate with telling me if someone's in the room and sometimes it's not. It said 0 before when there were 3 of you talking, so I don't know what that means. So if you are in stream right now, hi. I hope you guys were able to get some stuff done. Let me know how it's going. But if you guys are sleeping, that's cool too. It's getting later here in the afternoon. I'm almost at my limit. But I am going to go ahead and see if I can do another 25 real quick. Okay. And we're going to do another 25 because why not? My other days for this stream will actually have more topics. So if you haven't noticed already, a lot of my streams actually have a topic. So during these brief periods, even if no one's in the room, I will have something to be talking about and discussing. Today was more casual because I just want people to get to know the stream and also just chatting about what projects they're in so I can notate that so I can thank you guys for coming by the end of the 7-day event. So this was more of an introduction day, but tomorrow we're going to talk a little bit about theme and messages of what we're trying to do. So that's going to be the subject for tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing some of you there. But until then, let's go ahead and do another 25-minute sprint. Ready and go. All right. And that was it. It's 1 o'clock my time, so I don't have a ton more time that I could do. And I'm really, really hungry right now. I don't think there's anyone in stream. So I think I'm actually going to close this stream down for now. But I will be back tomorrow at the exact same time and probably go another. This stream was 4 hours, just barely over 4 hours long. So we're going to go at least that long. I can push it to 5 hours, but I need to be careful not to exceed that tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow. But thank you for everyone who showed up. Harry, Allegra, Megan. I believe we had at the very beginning Brandon and Jennifer as well. Thank you guys so much for showing up. And I hope to see some of you tomorrow. And thank you so much, Haley, for joining the stream at the very beginning. For those of you watching the replay, make sure you click the like button and subscribe for more notifications and more videos. We will be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I am in chapter 2, scene 3 now. So we got some progress. We got some pretty decent progress. So I'm pretty happy with it. And we will pick back up again tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for coming and have an awesome rest of your day or night. Bye.